Okie dokie. Video 3, session 5. Right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. 5. Dogs are a little energetic right now, so might be quiet for at least the first part of this until they chill out. I can just cut the audio for my mic until they're done. But we'll see. 63%. We've done quite a bit. This is the default outfit, isn't it? Nope. Oh, I put the default back on, actually. I don't think about it. I think I put the default one back on. Bonjour. Where was I? What was I doing? What is this? Detective. Okay. That's new. I haven't seen a detective mission before. I don't see any business rivals anywhere currently. I mean, I could go check the bayou, but then I'd have to run all the way down here. And if there's nothing, then I have to run all the way back up here. I'm just going to do this side mission because I'm literally right here already.
Yeah. Salutations.
Helping hand. Missing person. Please help. Okay. Well, I guess it can't be that hard if it can be completed in 60 seconds. Can I... Fuck it. There we go. Cool. That worked out. It must be really easy to find them too, because like a good chunk of that 60 seconds is just getting over here. Hello? Huh? Oh, there it is. Just a little too slow. Oh well. Okay. Do this one. Jesus Christ, dogs in real life, dogs in the game. As long as they're not right outside my window, I don't need to actually mute my mic, like in OBS. Because it's like, the mic picks it up, but not enough that it pushes the game audio down. But when they're like right outside my window, it comes through loud enough that it actually, because of the way I have things set up, the game audio gets quieter. And so then I need to mute my microphone, because otherwise, even if I cut the audio from my mic when I'm editing, the audio for the game will keep going up and down every time the dog barks. But as long as they're not right next to my window, it's usually fine. I'm looking for somebody. That's right. Oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. okay. See, it's kind of the problem is it's like it didn't count him as seen until I was literally right on top of him. And then it was like, oh, by the way, you're supposed to tail him. That would have been nice to know before I walked right up to him. His foolish design. Okie dokie. Oh, hello. Murder. 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 There we go. What you doing, boy? Ooh. Okay. He just died? He just got shot by somebody? Okay. Oh, the gun was right here. Okay. And there's a guard up here, but oh, okay, it's right next to the guard. I'm raking in the big bucks now. These new trade routes are quite lucrative. Money plus 21. The heck was that noise? The hell? All right, let's see. Ah, there. What angle? Straight across? Yep. Howdy, fella.
L'âge des Lumières, l'indépendance de la raison.
Don't worry about it.
Tout ça pour pouvoir descendre de ce balcon de temps en temps.
Oh, you tried again. You motherfucker. Sir, come back here. I just want to talk. I just want to have a little conversation. And I need to be very close to your face in order to do it, okay? So I need you to get real close to me so I can talk to you. Where exactly do you think you're gonna go, buddy? Not away from me, that's where you're not gonna go. When you are finished cleaning in New Orleans, come to the bayou. We'll gather near the deserted garden. We have the other witness. Hurry if you want to interrogate him, as we need to get rid of everything that could expose our plans. Okie dokie. Well, the nice thing is that that left me right next to the hideout, so I can send my ships out again. How considerate of him. That was quite nice of him to do. For him to do, of him to do. Brain couldn't decide which one it wanted. Okie dokie. Alright, where am I? We're at Seville. Okay, so we're gonna buy steel. Okay, and then we are going to send to Campeche or Campeche. Take about 14 minutes. Take about 14 minutes. That doesn't seem like 14 minutes. Okay, that'll get me some more money. Once I have a good like 70 to 100k, I'll probably invest in the ships. Get rid of the 2 ships I have that are just schooners and replace them with the the higher end one. The higher end speedy ship. Maybe get a full set of 4. And I think you can have, from what I read, you can have 8 ships. You can have 8 across 2 docks, which is where it caps you. You can only have 4 at one dock and 4 at another dock for a total of 8. But, they did say to go to the bayou, so I guess I'm gonna go check the bayou now. And we'll see if there are any business rivals there too, just in case there are any available. So I can continue expand. Did that rat just run off the dock and keep running like it was Wile E. Coyote? I would like to continue expanding my business empire and take over more shops. That would be quite convenient. And there are 2 fast travel things here because one of them takes you to Chichen Itza, I would presume. In case there's anything there you need to go back and do, like get Mayan statuettes. Which, again, I don't know what the purpose of that is. I'm going to look that up. I see. They're literally there just to collect them. You get an achievement for collecting all of them, and they're just part of 100% completion, but they give you nothing. They're just there to collect. Which is like, thanks, I guess. Nothing like busy work. Ooh, my notoriety. Stop it. My notoriety is very high. Let us pay the man.
Well, perhaps I might be convinced.
Yes, and that's a free the slaves thing. Check out the tailor shop. Did I not already get that diary page, or did it just show up? I feel like if there was a diary page over by that viewpoint, I would have picked it up already. Let's see. I can easily afford that one. 4K and 5K and 4K. So 4 and 4 is 8 and 5 is 12,000. Still a little bit more than I'd like to spend at the moment. Got all those. And then the rest of these are literally, you just buy them to have them as options, which I don't need at the moment. Not a priority currently. That's the kind of thing you only start doing once you have a ton of money and have spent most of it on the stuff you already need, or have already bought everything you need otherwise. So there's no reason for you to hold on to your money, because there's nothing else to purchase except that. I noticed it do that before, and it like fades to black and comes back, and I don't know why. I don't know what it's doing when that happens. Okay. Don't really feel like spending 8,000 on that. Again, the weapons aren't that important ultimately because of the limitations in using them. I mean, I think I'm gonna... Oh, that's one I have. Never mind. I own this. I have this. Like, all of these are very limited. Macuahuitl. And almost none of these are actually better, I think, than what I have, in my personal opinion. Like, the only stat that increases for any of them is damage. But the trade-offs in speed, combo kill, and chain kill targets are just not worth it. Like, unless there was a weapon that had a higher chain kill targets amount, I don't think it's worth it. Per item. Why can I buy this again? Is it just in here so that you can equip it? We'll do this. We'll get the first pistol upgrade to the double barrel. So I can shoot twice with one gun without reloading. And then once I've got more money from trade, I can go ahead and, well, actually these may not be, I assumed they stacked because I was like, well, you can buy two and then you'll have two double-barreled pistols, which is kind of the way that it works at 4. But it may be that these are just actually, like, you can either carry a double barrel or two pistols. But then the question is, why would I bother? Because the double barrel is cheaper and the stats are exactly the same otherwise. So it's literally, you either just have two pistols or you have one pistol that can shoot twice. But they are otherwise exactly the same, and one is 5,000 AQ cheaper. But, you know, this is an Assassin's Creed game, so shouldn't put it past them to make stuff not make any sense, because it just was not thought out very well. That's kind of par for the course with these gamulars.
Mademoiselle Aveline,
You again?
please, mademoiselle. I don't know who else to turn to. It is my wife. She has disappeared.
She has been recaptured?
No, it might be worse. Those rough men in the bayou. I fear she has joined them. Soon after we arrived, she began to speak of revenge, of revolution. These men, they encourage her. They have weapons, but I don't think they are who they say they are. I tried to warn her, and then she vanished. Please, can you help?
Yes. We don't have much time.
Okay. Raccoon. And here we see a raccoon in its natural habitat, the bayous of Louisiana. I actually don't know. I mean, I guess it would make sense if there are raccoons in the bayou. And it makes sense in the form of, I don't know of any reason why that wouldn't make sense, I guess I should say. But I'm not necessarily an animal expert. It just suddenly occurred to me, and I was like, is the bayou where a raccoon would be? We're just gonna... Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Are you alright, madame?
Yes, thankfully. Can no one here be trusted?
Yes, but we are few and far between. I hope you can remove your family to safety.
I will. And once I do, mark my words, the revolution will come.
I hope you are right.
I would love for your revolution to happen, but oh, that was every free slaves mission. That was the final follow-up to that. I would love for that revolution to come, but it ain't happening for quite some time. On the order of about 100 years or so. When was the Civil War? It was like the 1860s, right? Yeah. So, a little less than 100 years, unfortunately. I don't think that lady's going to live to see it. And that's when, around the time that the Emancipation Proclamation was issued by good old Abraham Lincoln. And even then, you could argue that technically the war still continues to this day, just in a different form. It may no longer be about solely race, but the battle against the concept of slavery continues. Smuggler. That's different, right? That has nothing to do with the detective, unless it is. And it's just kind of unfortunately not made clear that it's what comes after the detective mission. Yeah, whatever. Mm-hmm. Inside the tree. I swear I already picked this one up. I remember coming in here. Kind of want to go up into that corner real quick and see. Story may take me up there at some point, but there's a mushroom up there to collect. Okay. I kind of want to grab that one. Ooh, that was close. Oh yeah, so this is where that one mission took place. Well, shucks. Oh no, a fevered patient. Well, let me guess, they're gonna be really annoying to get to, aren't they? I can see them. Question is, how the hell do I get up there? Can I walk on that? Might be able to. No, I don't believe that I can. That's annoying. There, you should be able to. There's a tree thing there. Tree root. Shouldn't you be able to get up there? Maybe I'm just not allowed to walk up there. I see. Okay. Alright, come here. Okay. Alright, let's figure out this chest. Okay. And there's another chest for me to grab out there, where the smuggler thing is, so I'll grab that while I'm out there. But I feel like while I'm up here, I should go over and grab that one. Which is annoying in its own way. Well, I just have to remember that the map is not as big as it looks. Like, when you open the map and you see that, you're like, ooh, that looks like a really long distance. It's not. It's not as big as it looks in the actual map page. A common issue with maps, it's easy to be deceived by the lack of scale given. Or if you don't know how to, like if a scale is provided but you don't know how to read it, it's easy to look at a map and be like, that looks like a lot of room, and it's like, well, this is actually just a, you know, an incredibly blown up, zoomed in portion of a bigger area. So it looks big, but the scale is small, so it's actually not a very big area. And of course, in a video game, they don't provide you a scale on a map. So, and even then, all of that is kind of, it would still be kind of irrelevant because scale is relative to speed. If your scale was really big, you would think it would take you a long time to get around, but if your character moves really fast, then it's not really the case. And so even with something that seems like it's large scale, with a fast enough movement speed given to the character, that scale feels smaller because you're traversing it so quickly. Which isn't a thing in real life, because in real life you kind of have... What the fuck is that? In real life you kind of have like set limitations on movement speed, right? But what is this? What is Assassin's Coin? What the hell? I will say, again, I think this is maybe one of the things I disagree with most in terms of, you know, outside of the quality of life stuff, which is my biggest gripe. I strongly disagree with the idea that there's just stuff on the map that you don't know about, because it doesn't show up until you get close to it. And it's not, like, you're not notified of it. You're not told about it in any way. You're not made aware in any fashion that this shit exists. And so unless you happen to... Unless you happen to just stumble across it, you're not going to know what's here. And then on top of that, like, literally no other information is given to you either. Like, it doesn't tell you why you want those things. It doesn't tell you if they do anything. It doesn't tell you even how many of them there are. You just literally stumble across something on the map and you're like, oh, what's this? And it's like, oh yeah, you can beat up these guys to get coins. And that's about it. And it's just like, game, you are not giving me any reason to want to do that. Like, you gotta give me something here. You can't expect me to just come across something at random and then be like, oh cool, I want to do all of that. Just of my own volition. I mean, I guess maybe for some people that is the case. Some people are that way. I guess you could make the argument of like, if that's not how you feel, why are you playing the game at all? But I think it's also important, the relationship between the player and the game in terms of consistency. And this is... this goes back to what I was talking about a few videos ago. Or, well, I guess it's just... Maybe it was in the first one. In the first video. But basically... The whole issue of, like, consistency, when you have, like, a consistency in the developers of a franchise so that people who work on each game kind of understand the history and the direction things have been going. So that, for example, if the relationship between the player and the game in previous entries has been, we give you a reason to want to do the side stuff because you get rewards or something, then that relationship continues with each successive entry, because that's the relationship that's been built up between the player and the game over several entries into the series, over several games. You lose that consistency of development, Raccoon, and what you end up with is this sort of situation where it's like, normally in the past games, most things would give you some kind of motivation to want to do them. The times where that wasn't the case were more the exception than the rule. Whereas in this one, most of the side stuff gives you no motivation for doing it. It's like, hey, here's the thing. Do it or don't. Whatever. And even if you want to, like, deny that or ignore it or don't agree. Oh, hey, look. Alligator. You still have the same situation of... The game usually at least gives you more information. Right? That is something that's, like, undeniably true. Normally, the game would give you more information about these side activities. It's like, at the very least, here's how many of them there are. Here's somewhere you can go to, like, buy a map that shows them all. And I think this may just be a limitation from when it was a handheld game, where to save on probably CPU time or maybe RAM, whatever it would be that would govern it, they had to code it in such a way where it's like, it'll just show up on the map when you get close enough. It's not going to be visible from everywhere. You're not going to be able to look at the map from, like, any point and just be like, yep, there it is, I'm going to go there. You have to get close first. Which, again, has, like, never really been the case. And it's just weird because, again, it kind of puts the onus on the player to just wander around blindly. I guess I'm too far away. I can't do it from here. I really wanted to air assassinate it because it's easier, but... Damn it. There you go. But yeah, it kind of just puts the onus on the player to just wander around blindly. Because otherwise the game in no way even tells you that these things exist and are there to do. At the very least, you know, most of the games would either have a mission that tutorializes you on it and tells you like, hey, these things exist, do this one for this mission, and then just be aware that they're in the game world, so you can go get them whenever you want. But, you know, we're going to make sure you see this one at least so you know they exist. Or they would put it, like, in your path in some way, so that you'd at least see it. You know, a mission would take you near it or something, so it would show up on your map, and you'd be like, oh, what was that? And then maybe you could go back later and double check and be like, what did I see? Oh, here's the thing. Oh, this is what this is. It's not just like out in the middle of nowhere in a spot you're probably never going to go to of your own free will for any reason, because there's seemingly nothing out there. And I guess that kind of goes into the issue of like, how much of an open world game should be about just exploring because you want to explore. You know, because obviously games like Elden Ring have shown that people do like it when you have an open world and it kind of just lets you explore. You know, it doesn't tell you where everything is on the map, and it's not just a you know, matter of, all right, look on the map, see where everything is, decide how you're going to go about doing it, and then just start. You know, mark thing on the map, go to it, do the thing. Mark the next thing on the map, go to it, do the thing. You know, like, clearly they want a game with a little bit more discovery, in the sense that it doesn't tell you where everything is, and there's stuff for you to just discover by exploring. But I think the real issue with that, the risk, is that in order for it to work, you must design a game world people want to explore, that people are somehow captivated by. And which is why, and I mean this in, you know, as respectful a way as I possibly can, pretty much the only games you ever see succeed at this are games set in fantasy worlds. Things like Zelda or Elden Ring, where it does not take place in a real world location. Because that's ultimately, I think, what actually captivates people, is how realized this fictitious fantasy world is. And so they want to see it because it's like this other thing that's not real. It's not just a swamp in Louisiana, which is a real place, which just, for whatever reason, feels so much more mundane and not interesting. But whether that's true or not, you know, that's just me. That's a personal thing I've noticed that I could be wrong about. But regardless of that, in order to create a game world where, you know, discovery is the main order of things, and it's like, we're not going to tell you where everything is, we just want you to explore around and find it. Again, ultimately, the risk of that is that it hinges on you creating a game world that people want to take the time to explore and just wander around in and find stuff. Which I do not think is the case in this game. Or any Assassin's Creed game, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. Some games I get that feeling. I do get it in the sense that I've experienced the feeling before. It's not foreign to me, but this is not the kind of game where I would feel like, yeah, I just want to wander around and just see if I find stuff. Like, I'm sorry, your world in this game is not engaging enough for me to want to do that. And the movement, for me, like, movement is a big thing. Part of what drives me to want to explore your world is that the movement is fun. It feels good to move around in, so I keep wanting to do it. So it's almost more like the actual act of moving around in the game is fun. And so then because that's fun, I keep doing it, which leads me to end up exploring, because you can't really do one without the other. But you know, if the whole thing is just explore for the sake of exploration, the movement isn't that fun though, and we just expect you to explore anyway, it's going to be a hard sell. It's not really going to work for me. And not to mention, in this game in particular, part of the problem is, look at this map. There are huge swaths of this area out on the edges and stuff that are not filled in by viewpoints, right? So they expect you to go out here and manually explore this area to find anything that's there. Like this dude only just showed up here because I came over here and this wasn't filled in by the viewpoint. Same with this diary page, same with this treasure chest. And that's kind of my issue, is it's like, listen, at least make it so that getting all the viewpoints opens up the whole map so that I can go to the viewpoint, and then if there's anything of interest in the area around it, it will be shown. And by the time I've gotten all of them, the entire map will be lit up so I can see everything that I can do. Because otherwise, again, the whole idea just starts to fall apart. You know, you are stretching me to the point where I'm starting to pull out the question, why do I care? Which is like the last thing you ever want a player to be asking when they're playing your video game, is you put a task in front of them to do and they go, why do I care? That should not be even a question that crosses their mind, because by the time you present the task to them, it should already be answered. They should already know why they care. And it should be for some reason more than just, I want to get 100% completion. You know? Like, don't get me wrong. There are people like that too. Usually I am one of them. Most of the time, I don't like to start a game going into it with the attitude of, I'm not going to 100% complete this game. I already know that. You know, I would at least like to go into the game under the illusion that it's worth the time I'm going to spend playing it enough that I will want to do it all. Right? I'm committing to playing this game because I feel as though it will be good enough to make me want to do everything in it. If I happen to find out through the course of playing it that that's not the case, that's a different story. But I definitely lose my motivation to play a game if before I even start playing it, I'm like, I'm sure this game's going to be bad enough that I'm not going to want to do everything in it. Because then at that point, it's like, okay, if that's how I feel about it, why am I even playing it in the first place? Why don't I go play something else that's more fun? Where I do have that feeling. And I think ultimately that's kind of the issue, is it's like, it's okay to have side objectives that don't give the player anything other than the satisfaction of completing them. But unless that is literally the point of the game, like it's a collectathon, which are not very common games anymore, right? They were really big in like the late 90s to mid 2000s, back when platformers were the name of the game and you had like Jak and Daxter and shit. Those kinds of games are the kinds of games where it's like, yeah, collecting everything just for the sake of collecting it is kind of the point. But in a game like this, where that is not necessarily the point, it's just another thing you can do. It's okay to have a couple. You know, like for example, you don't get anything in the first Assassin's Creed game for collecting all the flags, which is why I didn't do it. But they're there if you want to do them. And similarly, in like Brotherhood and in Brotherhood, I already forgot about Revelations, but in Brotherhood at least there were those 10 feathers, right? The collectibles in that were the Borgia flags, but there were still feathers in Brotherhood that you could collect that just didn't do anything. There was no purpose for them. You didn't get anything for doing them. Thankfully, there were only 10 compared to the 101 Borgia flags, but that's kind of the thing, is it's like, there were objectives that gave you nothing other than the satisfaction of completing them if you did. But then there were objectives that did give you a reward for doing them. And I think it's about finding that balance, that ratio of how many things give the player a reward versus how many things are just there to do with no reward necessarily. And I think this game may just have too many side objectives that don't lead to any reward for the player other than just having it done. the ratio is off. You know, it's okay to have a few. But if you have 7 different not sections, but like 7 different sets of collectibles in your game, and only like 1 or 2 of them actually give the player anything for finding all of them, and the rest are just go around and find them. Why? Just because. I think you're starting to push the limit on like how much you expect the player to just care for no reason other than the love of the game. You know, it's one of those tricky things where it's like, it's not scientific. You can't really boil it down to an exact number. It's not repeatable. You just gotta kind of know, right? You have to be familiar enough with gaming as a general thing, and with gamers as a general thing, or at least the target audience you're going for, in order to be able to really feel that out and know, can I not walk on this? Okay, I can. I was like, this looks walkable. And that's kind of the issue, especially when it came to this point. This is obviously past the point where Ubisoft had really started corporatizing Assassin's Creed, and it was like their cash cow franchise where it's like, you got to keep pumping them out. Got to put them out at a regular pace. Got to keep that money coming in. Doesn't matter what they are. Doesn't matter if they're good or not, as long as they sell. Once you're in that world, the people running things are not the creative people, or even the people who actually like games and know how to make a good game or want to make a good game. The people in charge are the money people. And money people always suck. They always suck. They're always the dumbest, least creative, least interesting people in any given situation. But because they have the money, they have the power, and they start running stuff, and that's when everything goes down the tubes. Okay.
Aveline, ma belle.
Oh, this guy.
Listen, I have a job for you. Are you interested?
Tell me what it is first. Elise already warned me about your jobs.
It's that McCandle imposter, Baptiste. You ended his terror, but his men did not get the message. They had camped out all over the swamp. They threatened the people of Saint-Danger and make smuggling a little...
Dangerous?
No, annoying. I speed at danger.
How can I help?
Nice.
I am mapping the locations of their camps so we can outsmart them and take back what they looted. There is just one remaining area that is a little...
Annoying?
Exactly.
Say no more. I will take care of it.
I'll show you where to start.
Okay. Let's go anywhere? Alright. I had a feeling that would happen. As soon as I dove underwater, and I was like, what happens if I'm underwater and I go underneath this log? Like, as I was diving, it just kind of crossed my mind. This is what happens. Now, I am in a mission, thankfully, so I can just do this. Not sure what I would do about that if that happened while I was outside a mission. I'd probably just have to quit and reload my game. Okay, so it says find the camps. What do I actually have to do? Right? What is the mechanism by which I achieve that objective? So what is this one like found now because it's got an icon on the map, and so I just need to I see. Okay. That's what's up. Oh, get on the tree. Thank you. Yeah, ultimately, I guess my point is really just that, hey, there's an alligator egg here. I think ultimately my point is really just that I think this game has a few too many side objectives that are like, just collect all these things that don't lead to anything, that don't give you anything, that are just there to occupy time. And then on top of that, it doesn't even have the courtesy to tell you that some of them exist. Like, if you didn't look them up, you would just have to hope you randomly found them. And I think having a few of those, 1, 2, maybe 3, is fine. But you start to get too many of them, and it's too much. Right? You gotta find some way to give the player rewards of some type. You know, even if it's just a bunch of money, like, that's still gonna be worth it to somebody. More than just do it because is, you know, like, that's way too small an amount of people, I think.
Excellent work. I don't suppose you would be interested in eliminating a few of the camps for me, if I gave you the full map.
I would do it for the people of Saint-Danger.
As you wish. Any treasure you find, we can share. 2/3 for me, 1/3 for you.
Oh, really?
Very well. 50-50 then. Oh, fine. You know I cannot resist you. Keep it all. But go on. Go!
That's cute. Like, it's kind of funny, but I'm pretty sure that feature is just kind of there. Like, that's in 3 as well, the ability to just kind of like twirl your tomahawk like that. I don't think it does anything. I don't think it's ever used for anything in gameplay. It's just kind of there as a nice little thing. And they found a way to utilize it as, like, to find a function for it. It is, unfortunately, still annoying because he gave me a map. There is nothing on the map. But I bet you if I go back to if I went to those smuggler those smuggler locations that I just found, they're there. And now the objective is going to be to clear them out and take the stuff. Why was that not just the mission objective? This was unnecessary. You could have just... The mission objective was find them, don't kill anybody, just so I can come back and be told, all right, now go back and kill them. Why? Just let me kill them in the first place. This is just a senseless waste of time. You know, and that's kind of the thing, too, is, like, ultimately, or, like, I guess it does tell you the amount, at least, in here. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think I care enough to collect all of them. These ones, at least... Oh, you can read them, huh? Yeah. I'll read them if I find all of them. At least you get something if you find all the diary pages. It said so. The rest of them, I think, are just for achievements, which it's like... I just don't care, man. But yeah, that especially is just really annoying because it's like, you're going to make me go to them, not kill anybody, come back, be told to go back and kill everybody, and then you don't even have the common courtesy to put them on the map again so that I can go, like, if I didn't memorize where they were, I can find them. I have to get close to them again in order to do it. That's just asinine. It's stupid. You know, and now that I've thought about it a little bit more, maybe this is going to be a mean thing to say. And I do mean mean just in the sense that, like, it's not necessarily constructive. I normally try to keep my criticism constructive. You know, I try to say something like that isn't just a negative thing, like, hey, this sucks. I try to be like, hey, this isn't so great. Here's how you could improve it. Here's how it could be done better. But this next thing I'm going to say, I think just straight up, I'm just kind of like, it's just going to be a negative thing. I think part of the problem is that the people who are making this game severely overestimated how good their game was. Like, the issue is when you start putting a lot of this kind of stuff in that wastes players' time, that, you know, go and collect all this stuff just for the sake of collecting it and getting an achievement. You're kind of, it gives off this air of like, you think your game is so good that people are just going to want to do this. They're going to be so captivated by your game that they're just going to want to do this because it's so good. They're not going to want to stop playing it. They're going to want more stuff to do, even if it's completely pointless and just takes up time. And it's like, I'm sorry, but your game is not good enough for that. You severely overestimate. It did it again. Let's do Berserk. But by that same token, if you want to disregard that and be like, well, maybe that wasn't the case, you don't know. Fair. I probably don't. I don't know. It's not even a probably. I don't know for sure. But my point is that video games, like most forms of art, especially story-based works of art, so like movies, novels, things where a story is being told, there's a narrative of some kind. The main thing is that you are manipulating the audience to a certain degree. Ultimately, you are stringing them along on a series of things meant to evoke certain emotions, make them think about stuff, whatever. It's a mental journey that you're taking them on. And so most people are familiar with the concept of a thing called the willing suspension of disbelief. Only 250? Really? Oh boy. What hidden treasures? Oh, to just mark stuff like eggs? No, I think that egg actually showed up on the map because I got close to it and I'd already found it. If this is supposed to be how it marks the treasure chests I already found, that... Anyway, back to what I was saying. There's always, you know, in any narrative-driven work of art, there's a thing you have to contend with called the willing suspension of disbelief, which is basically the audience will go along with you to a certain degree. right? There is a certain degree to which they are willing to just go along with what you say and be like, okay, I mean, like, obviously, if I thought any more about that, that's not how that would work, or it's unrealistic, or, you know, I question that. But there's a degree to which they are willing to put that aside and be like, okay, that's not really how that would work, but I am willing to go along with you just to see where this is going, right? I will entertain the notion just to see where you're going with this. Right? Kind of like in a court of law, when, you know, a lawyer is trying to get to a point, but it seems kind of like maybe they won't. There's no point to what they're saying, or you can't really see what the point is. Somebody tries to object, and the judge is like, overruled, you can keep going, but get to the point. You know, where are you going with this? And it better be worth it. That sort of thing, where it's like, the story is being told, and you kind of willingly put aside your disbelief in what's being said so that you can see where it goes and go along on the journey. Now, everybody has a different level of their tolerance, I guess. How far that willing suspension of disbelief can go before it breaks, before they can no longer do that. And they just start calling bullshit, right? Some people are like my mom, for example, where she just has an extremely low level of tolerance for that. Like, she doesn't really get into a whole lot of movies or any kind of fiction because she just has an extremely low tolerance level when it comes to her suspension of disbelief. And so most stuff, she will just immediately be like, nah, that's so hokey, it's bullshit, I can't believe it. You know, some people are like that, unfortunately. Like, it takes something like Star Wars, for example, for her to really buy into it, because it's so disconnected from reality and has nothing to do with the real world that it's easier for her to accept that the things that are being shown as happening would happen the way that they're happening, right? In willing suspension of disbelief, you are effectively asking your audience to buy into a fictional world and believe it as if it were real. And in order to do that, I'm not saying you necessarily need to cater to the least believable or the person with the lowest tolerance. I'm not saying that in order to have a good story, you need to be able to convince even the strictest of people to buy into your story. That's not necessarily the case. But I do think you need the majority. Right? I think you need to at least hit the average, right? If it's on like a bell curve, and so like the two extremes are people who believe nothing and people who will believe anything, the majority of people are in the middle somewhere, where it's like they'll believe most things, but they have a limit. And it may be, you know, on one end a less generous limit, and on the other end a more generous limit. But for the most part, you know, they're not going to outright reject everything, but they're also not going to outright believe anything either. You have to aim for that middle of the bell curve. And so in a story, I like to use the idea of like puppeteer strings, right? In a story, you don't want to reveal your puppeteer strings to the audience, because that will almost always make them give up on their willing suspension of disbelief just immediately. And what I mean by that is, obviously you have a plot, right? You have characters who need to do things to cause the plot to move forward, right? Your plot is a series of events, and in order for the events to happen, people have to make choices, and things have to occur, and that's how your story moves along, right? When you make a character do something that makes no sense, when you make a character do something that completely clashes with who they're known to be up to that point, who you've built them up to be to the audience, when you make an event happen that is just like, I cannot believe that you thought people would just accept this and be like, yeah, okay. Equip that. I can only get 2 of you. Oh well. almost never use that function. I do find it funny that both the barrels reload at the same time. So it only takes as long to reload as one pistol, but you still get 2 shots. Anyway, so there are limits to your willing suspension of disbelief, right? And so my general rule of thumb is once you start making characters do stuff that is completely out of character for them, is not something that, as they've been established up to this point, they would ever do. Outside of like a twist where it's revealed that they were pretending and, you know, everything you thought you knew about them was wrong. Outside of a situation like that, that is when you are starting to strain willing suspension of disbelief to such a degree that it's no longer believable. And people will start rejecting it, right? It will pull them out of the story. It will remind them that they're engaging with a work of fiction, and then they will start rejecting everything that's put in front of them because you broke them out of the trance, basically. Video games are a little different. They can have that same issue when it comes to the narrative, but they have their own separate set of puppeteer strings in the gameplay, which again is guiding the player to want to do certain things, to engage with the gameplay systems of your game. Now, games that are really well made have it easy in this regard because they don't really need to puppeteer people to want to play their game because the game is just good, right? The gameplay is fun enough that people who are into it will just want to play it because they find it fun. Hello. And ultimately, those games have it the easiest, right? Because like I said, all they have to do is exist, basically, and people will want to play them because they're fun to play. They did something right. They have some kind of really strong central hook that is just like so fun or addicting for the dopamine loop or something. It just keeps people playing them. All right, one more. This one has a diary page. But generally speaking, you know, a lot of games aren't actually that good, and yet people still want to play them anyway. Why is that? Because they've got some other thing pulling them in, attracting them to want to play the game, to spend the time. That's when you have to start kind of puppeteering, right? You have to craft your objectives in your game, craft your activities, whatever it is the player is doing, and you have to do it in a specific certain way so that the player doesn't, again, have those puppeteer strings exposed to them and remind them that they're just basically wasting time playing a video game. Like, to a certain degree, obviously you go into this knowing, right? Like, you're aware it's a video game. It exists solely to basically waste time, to occupy time that you're not spending doing something else that presumably would be more important because there's nothing else to do. Ideally. And so the issue ultimately becomes, you know, how do we string the player along doing the activities without making them feel like we're, you know, taking advantage of them or wasting their time when their time is already, technically they're already wasting their time. So the only way to make somebody who's engaging in this activity feel as if their time is being wasted is to make what you're doing not fun. Right? And it gets to the point where it's like, when stuff feels like busy work, that's typically when people are going to start being like, yeah, no, this isn't fun. You know, outside of games where that is literally the case, most people do not play video games just to do chores, right? I recognize that that is a genre actually that exists now, especially in the indie scene, But that's kind of the thing is, again, a big part of whether your game is going to work or not is people engaging with it, like coming to engage with it in the right way, so to speak. And unfortunately, you can't put that onus on the player, right? Like you see forum posts all the time of people complaining like, well, if you didn't like this game, you just weren't playing it the right way, or you came at it the wrong way. And the issue is, it's like, technically they're not necessarily wrong. Factually, in terms of like, yeah, you probably weren't enjoying it because the developers intended for you to come at it a certain way or with a certain mindset, and you didn't have that, which made you not enjoy it. The issue is that these forum posts, you always, these people make it sound like the onus is on the player, right? Like you need to get your mindset straight. You need to figure it out and then play the game. When really that shouldn't be the player's job, right? The part where they go wrong is not realizing that that should be the developer's job, right? The developer should be the one who is setting the stage properly and getting everything so that when you engage with their game, you are doing it the way they want you to do it, right? You gotta, again, puppeteer strings. You gotta manipulate them into it. You can't just make your game and then just assume people are gonna wanna play it and be like, yeah, so here's all this stuff you can do. All right, what's my motivation? Do I get anything for it? No. We just expect you to want to do it because our game is that good. Is your game that good? You probably shouldn't be assuming that. Where is this diary page? Oh, it's inside the tree. There we go. But anyway, to connect this more to modern gaming too, the whole issue with like the gambling epidemic and why so many the biggest games now are like loot box, gotcha, gambling of some type, is because gambling is basically like a shortcut hack to making people want to play your game. Basically, gambling is obviously something people get addicted to, right? Like that is sort of unfortunately built into like the way the human mind works. Some people are more resilient against it than others. Me personally, gambling does nothing for me. I don't find any interest in it. The dopamine loop of gambling does not work on me. And that's because, unfortunately, the way my mind developed, my dopamine loop is solely built upon my own input in what I'm doing. And that is to say, I get far more dopamine from seeing a result that occurred because of my own hard work and skill. And gambling is none of that, right? Gambling is just press the button and hope for the best outcome. And for a lot of people, their mind doesn't work the way mine does. So that is addicting to them because the dopamine hit of things working out in their favor is so strong that they can't break free of it, right? They have to keep hitting the button because they want to win. They don't care that the fact that them winning has nothing to do with them as a person and what they're doing. Like that literally you could just have a computer pressing the button over and over again and the same result could occur. Right? Like that doesn't make any difference to them. And so they get addicted to gambling. And that's why so many things in modern gaming are based around gambling right now. Because like I said, it's a shortcut to puppeteering people into wanting to play your game all the time and getting addicted to it. Not because the game is fun, not because it's a good game, but because it's a gambling game and they get addicted to gambling. Right? It requires no creativity. It requires no thought. It is the exact kind of thing that occurs when money people are making all the choices and are in charge and doing everything and calling all the shots, right? There is no creativity left in, at least in the sections where they are, that is the case. That's why indie games are so big now, because money people aren't as involved in those. And you'll notice, anytime an indie game really pops off and gets really good, and the money people start trying to get involved, it goes down the tubes and bad shit starts happening. You look at Subnautica 2 and what went on with that game, and how it just got absolutely screwed by the money people. I don't think the game is out yet, so I don't know. I can't really speak to whether it affected the quality of that game, but at least the stories out of development are pretty rough. And especially this whole CEO trying to use a fucking AI to win a court case for him bullshit. But bottom line is, a lot of the space where the biggest money is to be made, AAA and stuff, is just completely fucked now, because none of the creative people are in it, or the few who aren't being allowed to be creative and use their creative skills to make something good. It's all about the money. And the only way to be sure that people are going to get addicted to you without taking risk is to, take advantage of something like gambling. Mm-hmm. All right, there we go. Okay. To a certain degree, Assassin's Creed in particular, to bring the topic to the game I'm currently playing more. Obviously, at this point, the gameplay quality has already started going down the tubes. Creative decisions are being put on the back burner. But this was also not the modern era where gambling had become quite as, ingrained? Entrenched, that's the word. Gambling had not quite become quite as entrenched into the sort of, this is what we're gonna do to make as much money as we possibly can with minimal effort and the highest level of, reliability. So at this point in time, creativity still mattered to a certain degree, since you couldn't just rely on gambling to make up the difference.
I would be happy to help a fellow in need.
Right. So in the era when this game came out, we weren't there yet, right? They couldn't just... Ubisoft, at least, they're not quite as bad about gambling, per se. Their issue is more that they literally craft their games to waste your time and make you feel like your time's being wasted, so that they can then turn around and sell you time savers for additional real-world money. Where they're like, yeah, this is kind of rough, right? It takes so long and it's not that interesting. Why don't you just go ahead and pay us a little bit more money so you don't have to do it? Which is just to me, it's idiotic. I don't know why anybody does it, because I'm just like, how about I just don't play your fucking game? I'll go play a game that's made better. But to a certain degree, they are they were coasting on the previous success of Assassin's Creed, right? I imagine a lot of the people they got suckered into that were people who were just still so attached to the series, they didn't want to give up on it. And so they kept wanting to play each game as it came out, hoping it could somehow be as good as the ones that came out originally. But then they also did get a lot of the people who started buying the games solely because there is an unfortunately like just a large contingent of people who will just buy any open world slot that comes out. And I think these people, they're not playing a game because they want to engage with the game itself necessarily. Maybe some of them do. But I imagine a lot of these people are the kind of people who boot up an open world game like that and then just mindlessly do stuff. And you've even seen me do this in these videos, where I'll just start doing something, not talking for a while, and then I'll realize, oh, by the way, I just spaced out. I was just doing stuff, right? I was just doing objectives in the game, and I just spaced out and started thinking about other stuff and didn't even realize I was doing it. The majority of these people who just buy up any open world game and start playing it are probably doing that, right? They're not playing the game to engage with the game. They're playing with the game. They're playing the game to unwind, right? It's something they do like after a day at work or something. So it's something that they do because they can kind of just shut their mind off and press buttons, space out, decompress, and that's fine. But I can't imagine that those are the same people who are then actually turning around and buying the time saver stuff, because it's not the point for them. They don't care that their time is being spent because they're not even paying any attention to that aspect of it. So I really don't know who's paying for these time saver things, to be honest with you. It's probably the same deal as with like every gacha and every other, all these games. It's probably a whales, right? If the things I've read are to be believed, most of these things are, they are sustained by whales. The people who spend huge amounts of money just because they can, just because they have it, make up the majority of the money these things make. While as most people don't spend it at all. But anyway, Ubisoft at least doesn't do gambling so much. But again, at the point in which this game came out, that was not the case, right? They hadn't started doing that yet. I think Unity was the first game that had those time saver things. So they were still a couple years out from hitting that stride, so to speak. And you can see why they ended up doing it, because they were floundering quite a bit. Even Assassin's Creed 4, which is, in many people's views, one of the best game in the series, if not just one of. Even that, what was the big appeal? Just being a pirate. They just made like a solid pirate game, and that's it. That's all there really is to that. Turns out people just like to be pirates. And now you have many options there, right? Now you've got like Sea of Thieves, you've got a few different options of pirate games. And to see just how bad Ubisoft even fell off, they tried to make another pirate game, and it was god-awful. I can't even remember what that game is called. The one where like, the dude called it Quadruple A, and like they literally just pushed it out because they had made a deal with like the Singaporean government. And so because of the legal repercussions of that deal, the game had to be released in some form or fashion, so they kind of just shat out a game. That's how far they fell off, to the point where it's like, you literally did this almost perfectly before. How did you not do it? Like, even if you were just going to copy it again and then change some stuff so it wasn't literally the exact same game, why didn't you just do that? How do you mess it up that badly? Okay, so the available crop here is sugar. Oakley dokley. And where do I get the most money? Back to Seville. So yeah, we're pretty much just going to be locked in a loop of buy sugar, go to Seville. Buy steel, go to Campeche, or however that's pronounced, and just go back and forth. That's pretty much what the loop is going to be right now. And I mean, I'm making pretty good money. all things considered. Let's buy that. And that. And that. Alright. Now I have... Oh, no. Now I have all the pouch upgrades that are available right now. Alright, I need to go refill at the weapon shop over here. Talking too much. My throat is starting to be like, hey, shut up. We can't keep doing this. Oops. But I had a lot to say. And I can still probably say more, but a little bit of self-reflection instead. I do find it interesting that it's this game at this point that kind of started to bring all those ideas together in my head and got me talking about it. I severely like, I mean, part of the issue too is that this game, again, this was a handheld game that was made with those limitations in mind. And a lot of this is the fact that this is a port of that with things that were not fixed or changed. Like once it was ported to something that didn't have those limitations, steps were not taken to address that. So you were playing a game that had limitations due to the console it was on, that was then ported to a console without those limitations, and nothing was done to reinstate those features that were initially cut because of those limitations, now, even though they no longer exist now. Which is just another reason why a lot of the times I never got into handheld gaming, because of stuff like that. I think we're just going to go back to the city now. Because... Oh no, there's another smuggler camp over here. Showed up once I got close enough. And I mean, ultimately, a lot of my issue does just stem from the fact that me personally, I've never really been a supporter of the attitude raccoon. The attitude of, oh, rabbit. I haven't seen a rabbit before. I'm not really a supporter of the attitude of, oh, hello. That dude's body freaked out. Why did you bother to go over and pick up a musket if you just weren't going to use it? Whatever. I've never been one to settle for an attitude of good enough. You know, like, anybody who comes at me with the phrase, well, it's good enough, so why does it matter? Like, very rarely am I just going to accept that. I don't want to just be good enough, right? I want to do the best that I possibly can. Is that a puma? Or like a mountain lion? Bayou cat? I don't even know what you'd call that. Why is it a thing? I'm just gonna leave it alone. You know, I've just never been the kind of person who can settle for good enough. And I genuinely do believe that if more people, rather than just settling for good enough, wanted to do the best they could possibly do, a lot of things, not just in gaming, but in society in general, would be way better.
I would be happy to help a fellow.
But I also don't hold it against anybody in the current like societal environment that we have nowadays. I don't blame anybody for just wanting to tune out and be like, I just want to get by, man. Because like shit's rough right now. There is not a lot of reason to want to be motivated to do well. Especially because most of the time you don't even get rewarded for it in any meaningful way. You kind of just get punished for it. Instead, you get singled out as like an overachiever that can be exploited. Which kind of sucks that that's the position we're in, but everything starts from the top. When the people who have the most money and power, who are making the decisions, are all con men, that unfortunately disseminates. Right? It's weird how you go through phases, right? As a kid, you hear about stuff like how the president sets the tone for the country of America, and then that kind of gets extrapolated out to like leaders in general kind of set the tone for their country. Whoever's in charge and the kind of attitude that they have and how they do stuff kind of disseminates downwards and just starts like hitting everybody. It's kind of how everybody starts doing stuff generally. And then as a teenager, you start to feel like that's stupid, right? You reject that idea. You're like, I don't think so. Right? There are so many people who don't do stuff the way that the leader does. And it's like, yes, you have realized that rules have exceptions, and that generally speaking, almost nothing in life is all or nothing, right? It very rarely are you ever going to have situations that are so cut and dry that you can be like, yeah, so if the president's like this, every single person is going to be like this in America, and so on and so forth. You can extrapolate that out to whatever situation or country, location, whatever. But the general truth still holds that whatever the attitude and style of the leader is in a group, you will see that attitude and style sort of disseminate and become commonplace amongst that leader's followers or whoever they're in charge of. Right? It always starts at the top and works its way down. And that's unfortunately where we are now. The people at the top are mostly con men and liars who don't actually have the ability to produce something that is worthwhile. So in order to maintain their wealth and power, they have to lie and cheat and manipulate to keep things going, because they don't have what it takes to just do it, quote unquote, for reals. I have no other way I can really put that. At least not that my mind can come up with right now. And when that's, the leadership that you have, that's the attitude that's just going to disseminate amongst the populace, unfortunately. Oh wait, those dudes are underneath. I don't need to go over. That's also why I still have hope, right? I still believe that, as soon as the people who are currently in power, who are, again, all deceptive liars, con men, whatever, once they're no longer in power through one way or another, and if we can get more honest people back into power, then that attitude will disseminate and things will start to improve. It's just a matter of weathering the storm and, hopefully, not ending up in such a position that we allow the people who are currently in power to take us all down with them, because sometimes people are spiteful enough to do that. That's the real threat. If we can get around that, we'll be fine. But that is what we have to contend with. Poster. I don't even have any notoriety. Why is that there? It's just weird. This game in particular, it's at this point that it started to really get to me. Like, all the little stuff I can kind of ignore, but it's clear that some of this was... It's as rough as it is because either they didn't have time to think or they just didn't think enough about how they had stuff set up. All right, now that we spent almost 2 hours not doing story stuff and yapping, I guess now I do a story mission. I believe the last thing I did was chase a dude into this fort. Okay. And not to mention, for me, a lot of the appeal of the Assassin's Creed games is in the historical setting. I'm kind of a history nerd, so I really dig being able to just wander around this like nice recreation of a historical setting. And that's something that Assassin's Creed continued to do pretty well up until the most recent entry, right? Like, even after a lot of the other stuff kind of started to suffer and the games weren't really strong games anymore, they still did a good job of recreating historical places very, well, I guess as accurately as we can understand them to be. Like, given the information we have and the conclusions we come to about how it would have been, based on that information, they are quite accurate. And that was something they excelled at, right? Even as late as like Odyssey, they had the whole like learning mode or whatever it was called, where you could actually just walk around and learn about stuff. People were using it in classrooms to learn about ancient Greece. It was cool. And then of course they pissed that all away with Shadows, because for whatever reason, Shadows is the game that they decided, you know, oh, we're going to make a game set in Japan. Let's just not give a shit anymore. Which is insane to me. I don't understand. Ooh, found him. Like, I don't understand how you even make that decision. Like, how... Like, there's a portion of it that is kind of like... I feel like they didn't even want to do it in the first place. Like, Japan as a setting was always kind of their, like, oh shit button, so to speak. Like, in case of franchise emergency, break the game set in Japan glass, right? You don't make the game because you want to make it. You make it because you're just, like, backed up against the corner and absolutely fucked if you don't. It's the only way to get people to come back in droves enough to make the money to play the game, so to speak. Or to make the money from the game that you need. Great. That was what I wanted. There's only one powder keg, right? And it's over by that staircase. Which means my only choice is to wait for this dude to walk all the way back over there and then try to shoot it. In which case, I should go over here again. Wasn't there another musket? Did it disappear already? Probably. How did they not hear me? Now I have to wait for them to chill out about his body so I can go loot him. Oh, that's where that musket went. How? How did it get all the way over there? Whatever. So yeah, like, I do believe that a certain portion of it was just them kind of being like, listen, we didn't even want to make a game set in Japan in the first place, so we're kind of being spiteful about this because we didn't even want to do this. But on top of that, I think part of the reason why they put off Japan as a setting for so long is because they, at least originally, like back before they were a complete mess of a company, had done enough research into it to realize it would be tough to do. Because Japanese history in and of itself is like really, not obtuse, but what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a word that means like impenetrable to outsiders. Like, part of the issue is Japanese history is very long, and because they were isolated for so long, they didn't have any outside like people documenting stuff or, you know, disseminating information. So basically, the only way to get like a really good reading on Japanese history is through Japanese people. And in order to do that, you need to pay for translators. You need to pay for like actually, you know, knowledgeable, quote unquote, high powered academics and stuff who actually know a lot. I'm just gonna fucking stab this guy. And they simply didn't want to spend the money to do that. Right? And so the issue is because there wasn't the abundance of easily accessible sources and accuracy that, you know, a lot of the more Western historical places have. They weren't able to get good information on history and setting and stuff for Japan. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they put it off for so long because they knew that and they were like, you know, maybe hopefully at some point that will change. Unfortunately, they found themselves in the position where they had to make the Japan game for the oh shit reasons, and things had not progressed yet to the point where they were able to gain easy, like cheap access to reliable, accurate information about Japanese history and architecture. So they just kind of phoned it in and ended up with a game that is considered by many to not be anywhere close to historically accurate and is in a lot of ways almost considered offensive, especially by the people who live in Japan, actual Japanese people, because there's all these cultural things they just didn't pay any attention to and didn't know about because they had lackluster sources. Like, genuinely, especially with a place like Japan, where like even people who don't know a lot about Japan are usually aware of the fact that like these are people who are really big on etiquette, right? They have a lot of respect for people who learn the rules and know what they're supposed to do. And they kind of just expect everybody to know what they're supposed to do and act that way without having to be told. And in that kind of culture, it's really easy to step on people's toes, right? If you're not constantly paying attention to that kind of stuff, it's part of the reason why I think like so many Americans are seen as rude by them, because we're just not like that, right? America is like a low detail culture. We don't really sweat the small stuff oftentimes. Whereas Japan is kind of the inversion of that. They are a high detail oriented culture. Like, they're very concerned with things being done the right way, in the right order, by the right people. And you have to be paying attention, and you have to do stuff right. And you have to be paying attention to other people as well. That's another issue, is America is very individualist, whereas Japan is collectivist. So they kind of ingrain it in their people from a young age to be paying attention to others and not try to, you know, can be considerate and not just rude to other people casually because you're considering them. Whereas in America, we don't give a shit. So we generally tend to be casually rude to each other and just kind of train ourselves to brush it off. And so it's just one of those things where it's like, despite the fact that that's like a well-known thing about Japan, they still went ahead and this is going to get me detected. Yeah. I don't really care anymore. They gave it a fair shake. It ended up being more effort than it was worth. Get off me. Oh, there are a lot of you, huh? Everybody wants to fucking die. See how easy it is? I probably just killed like 20 dudes in less than 5 minutes. Can I have my camera back? There we go. That's why I do that, by the way. If you ever see me like aim for some reason after I loot somebody or open a chest or something, it's because the camera gets stuck in that like, okay, how does this make any sense? This railing would not be here. Anyway, my camera gets stuck in the like low angle it goes to when you loot stuff or open a chest. And so I kind of have to force it back into my control by aiming. But anyway. It's just crazy to me that despite how well known it is that Japan has that kind of culture about, you know, respect and how easy it is to kind of like step on people's toes, they still kind of just went full send. We don't know what we're doing and we don't give a shit.
Signor, perhaps you underestimate the vast, winding expanse of the bayou. I will repeat, I need enough men to control all of it. Recruit the entire Spanish army if you must. Yours in absolute discretion. Vasquez.
Vasquez? De Ferrer mentioned him in Chichen Itza. Is he the company man? I must warn Agate and the smugglers.
Which, by the way, also, the general attitude of like full send, even though we have no clue what we're doing, but we just don't give a shit, that is an extremely frowned upon attitude in Japan. At least if it's media is anything to go by. You see characters like that a lot in media, and they're depicted as complete fucking idiots who usually end up having some terrible thing happen to them because they deserve it. Like, Japanese people really do not like the kind of person who has that attitude. And I agree with that. Although the outcome also matters, because sometimes they depict a character like that, and they're heroic. Right? And I think it's mainly because of what you're trying to do. Right? The action itself isn't necessarily what's a sin, it's the motivation. Right? So if you're going to full send it, even though you have no clue what you're doing, but you don't give a shit, it better be for a good reason, right? It better be because you're trying to protect somebody or because you're trying to make things better or whatever, because you mean well. But if you're doing it just to make a quick buck or some shit, they're definitely going to hate you. And even then, they still oftentimes treat those characters like, you know, it's kind of to portray a character with a flaw, right? Like, yeah, you're a hero. You're doing it for good reason. It's still dumb, and you shouldn't be doing it. There are better ways to do it. Like, oftentimes it's what the character grows to do that, not so much. Because it isn't a smart thing to do. But hey, we actually got a business rival. Finally.
Mademoiselle Aveline, the overstuffed textile trade bursts with corruption.
How unseemly. And the enemy is to blame?
Yes. A single textiler, Monsieur Chaperon, keeps prices tightly knotted.
I'll sew this up as quickly as possible.
Okay. Kind of a big search area, isn't it?
Mais je ne supportais plus de
I think I'm going to be honest with you. This is not interesting to me. Like, do it in under 2 minutes. Where the fuck is the guy? Why give me such a big search area and then have him be apparently just hidden somewhere where I can't find him? Like, at this point, fuck the under 2 minutes thing. I'm not even going to find him in the 3 minutes it gave me. Because, like, where the hell is this dipshit?
Ils ont dit que j'avais finalement succombé à ces avances.
Also, the fact that you can't see the minimap when you have Eagle Vision on is really annoying, because then I don't know where the boundaries of the area are. I just have to try and remember. Jesus Christ.
I will show you.
Yeah, let me loot him. Thank you. God, that one fucking sucked. And that gave me 2 weapon shops and, oh, okay. I think I might have enough business rivals now to get all of the shops. Because that one alone gave me 2 weapon shops and a, what are these? Tailor shop. And then aside from that, there's just 1 more weapon shop, 2, 3, 4 weapon shops, and 1, 2, 3 tailors. So yeah, I think between the 3 business rival missions that I can see on the map, I'll probably be able to buy up the rest of the shops at this point. That being said, I am running out of time for this session, so I'm going to go buy this tailor shop, send my ships out again, and then come back tomorrow for the other half. Very nice. I have noticed that it's often in the latter half of games that I start to lose my patience. You know, like I can put up with stuff for a while, but in the latter half of the game, when stuff is still not coming together and it's clear that it got less attention than the beginning half of the game, I'm like, come on guys, you're trying my patience here. You gotta be able to stick the landing. All right. Steel. All right, cool. That's where we'll end this session for now. I will be back tomorrow for the other half. All right. Session 6. Second half of video 3. I'm beginning to notice that I think it just loads me up in the same spot every time I reload my save. If I close the game while I'm in New Orleans, it's always going to load me up right here. I think. Anyway, we have some shops to go purchase and some business rivals to unrival. Since we're not allowed to use the K word. Just kidding, I can say that. I think they still let you use that word if you're talking about a video game, which is why people can get away with saying like, I'm gonna XYZ in Minecraft. You know, we're talking about Minecraft, so it's okay. Kind of thing.
Wherever she is.
want,
No.
or I'll stop you.
No. I'll never take my sneakers off. I am Sneakers O'Toole. Purchase. Yes. Hokely dokely, neighbor. I think my ships are still out because that was the last thing I did before. Yeah. Funny, it forgot where I sent them from. It knows where they're going. Or maybe it just cut it for space, I don't know. But yeah, so we're still waiting on that. How many sequences are there? Because I'm in, what, 5? It doesn't tell me. So, we turn to the interweb. Nine main sequences. Okay. So, if it is 9, and I'm on 5, I still got a little ways to go. No need to be worrying too much about getting all the stuff currently. I still got some runway before that will become something I need to concern myself with. I think I'm going to go get this business rifle that's way off up here by itself first, because the other two are right next to each other. So we'll get the out of the way one done sooner rather than later. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know why that, like, I want to sing along to that so bad. It's like a undeniable, inescapable urge that just overcomes me. Hiya! See, my question is, why did it make me unsafe jump that? That jump was easily doable. Oh, that's a voodoo doll. It's fine, don't worry about it. Oh, sorry, buddy.
Mademoiselle Eveline, we have a problem that needs a woman's touch. A question of supply and demand.
True. We are in short supply in New Orleans.
No, I meant, raw materials. Tobacco, cotton, sugar. The enemy has won over a key producer, Monsieur Marcantel. He is famously social, but one needs a certain charm, grace, and status to move in his circle.
I'll manufacture a reason to pay him a visit.
Alright, well then that would mean I would have to be lady. The closest dressing chamber is all the way over there. Like, I'll be honest, I think the dressing chamber idea, the persona idea in general, heavily would have been improved. Would have been improved heavily, strongly, if they had just done it so you could do it from the menu and it was just reliant on not being in line of sight of anybody who could detect you. Like a guard or something. Like, as long as no guard is looking at you, you can just go into the menu and do it wherever you are. Alright, we are now Lady from Devil May Cry. And I guess I'll try and grab these stones while I'm at it. Oh, you can pull them as other... Okay. Well, why the hell didn't it let me do it before? Whatever. Maybe it was because I actually didn't have any notoriety at the time. Now that I'm also aware that the posters sometimes show up even when you don't have notoriety. Which it just isn't how it used to be at all. Give me your thing. Thanks, buddy. Alright, there was another one back over here.
Look at this face, fellows. Like a dog. Look at this face, fellows.
Je me demande d'où elle sort tout son argent.
Mm-hmm.
My, it must be my birthday or something.
Okay.
Look at the pretty bitty.
Oh, whoops. Oh, well. So you can still do kill streaks. I assumed that they weren't a thing because I was trying to do it earlier in the game and it wasn't working. Or at least it didn't seem like it was working. Oh, so this is what this is out here for. Really? Just for this? I can't imagine that they would have made this whole area just for this one business rival mission. That seems a little much. This seems more like the kind of area they would have... Oh, this is the plantation actually you were exploring in the beginning, so they're just reusing it. Okay. Oh, there's a diary page and two diary pages and a precious gem out here. Precious stone, whatever you want to call it. Cool. I like how these dudes just do not question at all. Like, the lady persona is so incognito that these guys just straight up are like, whatever. There's some chick.
I don't think that's wise, señorita.
Now we have to run all the way back. That dude just disappeared when I charmed him. I literally, like, Thanos snapped him out of existence with my feminine wiles. Okay. So that gave me... Now I can buy that one, that one, that one. So basically, now all of the shops on the... I was going to say eastern seaboard. The eastern half of the city will be under my control. I'm going to take care of this witness and then buy the shops.
It must be my birthday.
I am Erudito.
Uh-huh.
I know the truth.
Oh, you are.
I am Erudito.
I'm not allowed to shoot him. I hit the shoot button and the shoot no happen. Okay, so this guy's just gonna run around in a loop, huh?
Now you will learn.
No. He will run another way. If I try to get smart about it.
A small gesture. Hardly enough. I can offer them a wage, but what good is money without freedom?
One day, it will come. Or you will make it. I know it.
And in the meantime, what? I should congratulate myself while every day they face abuse, or worse. The Templars will never allow slaves to be free. They keep even the rich in bondage. Though most people would never suspect. Gerald, if my father hadn't freed my mother, I'd be in the same predicament.
But he did.
I still owe them better.
Respect. Mes hommages.
Gerald does not strike me as the type to misspell the word docks. I believe this is a trap. Also, I decided just to do this mission because it only showed up when I was in the lady persona, so I assumed if it's only available using this persona, I'll do it, get it over with, and then I'll switch back to slave to do the rest of the stuff, so I'm moving around more quickly and easily. I need to go back and get those diary pages at the plantation just outside the gates as well. Oh no, I'm gonna get jumped. If only I'd seen this coming. Howdy, feller. I don't think I can pick up this weapon, can I? Holy shit, a fucking bear? Hello. Fuck did this come from? Jesus Christ. The bear out of nowhere. That was like the fucking Red Dead 2 mission. Where that bear just appears out of nowhere and jump scares you.
Bonjour.
Mm-hmm. Easy. Okay. Next. This feller. Okay. Okay, Diane. Search zone entered. Axe. Musket. Okie dokie. I mean, this is a fun little, like, they created a little subplot thing here that's not really connected to the main story. It's minimalist, but it's not terrible. It's a fun little diversion. You see, like, despite the fact that in the last session I got so triggered that I went on like an hour-long rant, or however long it was, I didn't check. I haven't edited that part yet. I will say that there is a lot of good ideas in this game. I think it was just a product of inexperienced developers who, on top of their inexperience, were also rushed, which is a terrible combination. The fact that they made a game as good as it is probably a miracle, despite those circumstances. There he is. Okay, this isn't a restricted area, so I should be able to get closer without them getting upset at me. And despite how limited the soundtrack is in this game, all of the music that is in the game is very good. You know, it's not a lot of music, but it's low quantity, but high quality. I looked up the composer because I was like, did they do any other games? But she's done other games, but nothing I would play. Right? Like, this is the only game she ever did that is of a type of game that I would actually be interested in playing, unfortunately. Which one was it again? This guy, yeah. I can charm him, or I can just do this. See, I wish it would tell me if I was going to have to loot him before I killed him. Because, like, for example, it would have been a better idea to charm him and lead him somewhere and then just stab him, since I was going to have to loot him afterwards. But I didn't know that was going to be the case, so I was like, I'll just shoot him with a dart. It's easier. Like, when you only have to kill them and then leave, shooting them with a dart is the easier option by far. But, like, if I'm going to have to loot the motherfucker, then I would rather lead him away first. I just wish it would, like, I wish instead of just saying kill the guy, it would say kill and loot the guy. So that I know, like, okay, I need to loot him. And you're gonna freak out at me, aren't you?
I will show you!
Yeah. But now I know I need to loot him, so I'm just gonna lure him away and kill him then.
Regardez-la, à essayer de se faire face.
I'm dead. Oh. I assumed I couldn't swim in this. Although, it does appear as though I cannot climb back out of the water, since this persona cannot climb. And rather than futz with that, I'm just going to restart the checkpoint again. Like, in all honesty, I assumed if you fell into the water in this dress, you were just done for. Because, like, how the hell would you swim in this? Well, I guess it's not impossible. Excuse me.
Regardez-la, à essayer de se faire face.
Bonjour, ma petite.
Alright. Where is private enough that I could take this guy? Back over in this corner. You fool. This is what you get for thinking with your dick. B. See, and even though there's a business rival right here, I'm sure there's still more. Yep, there's more of that, so. Not something I'm gonna do as a lady, although the last one I had to switch to a lady, so may still end up having to do that. But we will find out.
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle.
Je ne sais pas. Qu'est-ce que le chien a répondu à...
Okie dokie. Am I gonna have to loot him again? Alright. 1 second. Okay. All right. I actually don't remember who that guy was, if I was supposed to remember him. He's not in the people database, so I sure don't remember him. Not even a little bittle. I think that's the end of that plotline, though, because I found the guy who did it and killed him, right? Yeah. Okay. So now we can switch back to a more mobile persona. Fully mobile. And send my ships out while I'm in here. Okay, we are here. Let's sell these and replace them. There, and now we've got... That'll pump us up a little bit in the amount of money we're bringing in. And I mean, at this point, I could probably even buy a 4th ship, but I'm making a pretty good profit at the moment. I'm comfortable enough that I don't feel the need to push it. Like the Static X song, Push It. Probably a deep cut most people aren't even going to be familiar with, but if you're into metal, Static X, Push It. Great song. Couldn't decide if I wanted to say good or great, and so it just became great. Yeah, no, we're good. We're Gucci for now. Oops. Oh, so this poster just isn't real. That's why I couldn't pull it down. Because it's there, but you can't actually interact with it. Even if you have notoriety, it's just there. Yeah, see? It just doesn't show up. Or, I mean, it's there, it shows up. But it doesn't show up on the map. Because it's not real. So it wasn't fully my fault that I misunderstood, because it was the game being stupid and buggy. But anyway, let's now go do this thing that I've been trying to do for probably 20 minutes. Just got sidetracked by other stuff. Well, there's a changing room right here, so I might as well change, grab that guy, and change back. It's not too out of my way.
That was your last chance.
At least they made it so that there's a bunch of bodies together. You can just hold the B button, circle button, and you'll just loot all of them. Instead of having to hold it, release it, hold it again, release it, hold it again. And in that last fight, I did try the kill chain thing. The chain kills as they existed in Brotherhood and Revelations. It did work a little bit. It worked a couple times. If I killed a guy and then I held the analog stick towards the next dude and hit the square button, it did work on a couple of them, but it wasn't consistent. I think it may be buggy. I think maybe they didn't implement it quite right, and so it's kind of rough and doesn't always work. And so because it's unreliable, it's not really worth trying to use. But I guess the worst that could happen is I push towards the guy and hit the button and it doesn't work. In which case, I then just have to kill him another way.
Je suis désolé.
Which he's just gonna, you know, he'll attack me anyway, so. Cat. Oh boy, a gate that doesn't work. I love it. Alright, let's enter this alley from the other direction, or the other side.
Nos chemins se croisent à nouveau.
We're gonna have to use these ladders. And then drop down over here. All right. And we're going to use this dressing chamber here.
J'avais finalement succombé à ses enfants.
Quelqu'un devrait la relever.
Okay. Man, that baby is losing it. Baby is not having it.
C'est inhabituel.
Pepper box pistol. Okay, so that's the actual, like, straight up. That's, you know, unless I can carry two of them, in which case I could have 8 shots, but I, for some reason, doubt that. I don't think it's going to let me stack them. Just an intuition I have. But that is also, that means I'm going to need to buy another ship, I think, and start min-maxing the trade system to have enough disposable income to buy that pistol. Hubba 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 hubba. Unfortunately, there is no changing room, dressing room nearby, so these jeweled brooches are a little too out of the way for me to care about at the moment. Oh, there's one right there. Ah! Yeah.
Salutations.
Salutations. Is that not a real ladder? I guess not. Alright, where was this other guy at? It was like back over here. Yeah, of course it's not going to show up on the map. I still deeply disagree with that. There it is. I see. Oh. So that's what that's for. Well, that's cool.
J'ai juste ce qu'il faut pour faire disparaître ce
Why did that one get less? If all three ships are the same size, and they all have the same amount of cargo, and they're all going to the same place that sells the stuff for the same price, why did one ship make 2,000 less than the others? These are important questions that must be answered. I am going to go check out what this new outfit is, though.
Ah, bien bonjour!
Enchanté de vous revoir.
Since it's right next to this business rifle anyway, I'll go in there, check the outfit, and then switch. and then go do the business rival that I've been trying to do for almost 15 minutes. Or something. The Achilles! Achilles! Okay. Okay. Alright. What is this new outfit? Default green. I like how they didn't even bother to explain. Or not explain. They didn't even bother to give it like an original name or anything or something unique. They were just like default green. Do I have to buy it still? Like, it's a special outfit for the lady persona. But it didn't give it to me in my boudoir. So I have to go buy it still. You unlock it, but then you still have to buy it. Is that the case? Like, really? Are you for reals?
Ah, bien bonjour.
At least there's nothing new there. Ah. It is free, though. I like it. It's unique. I mean, it's obviously... I'm pretty sure this is the one her mother was wearing in that flashback in the beginning. Still pretty cool. See, that's a nice, decent reward for going out of your way to collect those things. It's worth it. It's a much better reward than just go collect all this stuff. Why? Because you get an achievement. And that's it. We just added it so you had more stuff to do in order to 100% the game. Riveting. Alright, now we finally go do this.
Mademoiselle Aveline, conspiracy is afoot at the docks.
What now?
With full support of the government, the Mogul shipwright Salmon fixes impossibly high prices for ships and repairs.
Good thing I don't work for the government.
Please, find him at the docks and introduce him to a higher law.
I'm not doing that. That's just a stupid... Any, like, extra thing that would be, like... Any full sync objective that's, like, do it in a specific persona? No way. That's literally just you're inventing a way to make people have to replay the mission in case they happen... Or unless they happen to be in that persona, which more than likely they won't be. Like, go fuck yourself.
Oh, on cherche à s'échapper?
Seeing always with loot the body. Alright, so that one unlocked this tailor shop right here. Yep, just the one tailor shop. Because then this one is going to unlock those two, which are the last two that are available. Pacing issue. Which way was it? Behind me? Yeah, I'll just take care of this. I'll do this other business rival, and then I'll just do all of them at once. Just murdered that guy and it didn't even care because technically I didn't directly kill him.
Mademoiselle Aveline, I have an important job for you.
Shoot.
You might not imagine that gunsmiths are wealthy, but...
With the number of guns I go through, you might be surprised.
I stand corrected. Then it will come as no surprise to you that a wealthy gunsmith, Monsieur de Chevalier, hides in his manse, controlling the prices of weapons across New Orleans.
I'll find him and arrange for a permanent discount.
But I don't really go through guns. Like, I buy them, and then they just keep going. Like, it's not a problem.
Quoi? Je te connais?
Huh? He's just walking around? I thought the dude said he was hiding in his mansion. Well, it wants me to kill him with a powder keg, but where the hell is a powder keg even located? Right here.
Que se passe-t-il?
Is he gonna duck into this alley or? Nah, he's just gonna keep walking straight. Which means I put this right here, walk up here. Need a distraction. Nice. Yep, there we go.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Yeah, you really taught me a lesson, buddy. You really put me in my place, you big strong man. Now I do these.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle est rapide!
Okie dokie. How close are my ships? What we looking at? A little bit longer. Okay.
Hey, bonjour.
Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. I still have to go by that one. 8,000. There it is. Okay, so the assassin's coins, you get an outfit for the assassin outfit for that. For pickpocketing the voodoo dolls, you get a Chichen Itza disguise outfit for the slave. Smuggler's hat, 30 diary pages. Traveler's hat, 12 alligator eggs. Which just stops you from not being attacked by alligators, which... not exactly helpful. So there are actually motivations for doing those things. Let's send the ships out again for more money. All right. And now there's that going. Okie dokie. So I needed to go up and grab the 2 diary pages up in that corner area. Still need to do that, so let's go grab those. Oldie way. Oldie way. Because, I mean, looking at how much money I made, I was at 17K, and then all 4 of those ships arriving put me up at almost 50K. And now I'm at 43K having sent them again. Now I'm going to make a little bit less going back because you don't make as much money off of sugar going to Seville as you do metal going to Campeche. But even if it gave me 4 to 6K each, I'm still going to be quite enriched. Like, I don't think I even need... I could just completely go ham and get 4 more ships at another port and just have them constantly going back and forth. But I would be making so much money, it would be ridiculous. And I'm also kind of worried just because the guide I looked up was like, you don't want to get all 8 ships too early in the game or you're going to screw yourself. And they didn't really explain how. They didn't really explain like how exactly it is that you would quote unquote screw yourself. You know, I don't know if they just meant like you wouldn't be maximizing value, so you'd be making it take longer to get as much money as you can. But the phrase "screw yourself" just worries me because it's like, it's a buggy game. I don't want to do something that actually genuinely screws me in the sense that it's like a soft lock type of situation where it's like you did something that makes it so that you can not maximize or have some problem or whatever. It's just worrisome. Okay. All right, how many more of the... Oh, it's in the, in here, isn't it? So I need 30 of these to get the thing. So I'm missing 16. I'm only missing one page. Great. However, the fact that you can get them out of order leads me to believe that if I just look up where page 16 is, it will be in a specific spot. Because there's two ways you could have handled it, right? You could have made it so that you just always get the diary pages in a specific order, right? So no matter which ones you pick up in the overworld, you always get them in number order. So it'll always be 1, 2, 3, 4, which would be harder because then if I go and I read and I see which ones I have no way of knowing where the one I'm missing is, right? Unless I memorized the location of every single one that I picked up, which is unlikely. However, if you do it this way, where every single diary in the overworld is a specific page number, so that you don't just always get them in order, that makes it easier because it's like, all right, the only one I'm missing is this, and it should be in a specific spot, so I can just look up where that is and go get it. You know? On top of a ship's mast. Back over at the docks, of course. It's near the fast travel locations, which are both down here, I think. It's this one. And I can't... I mean, going to the bayou starts a mission, it seems like, so... I'm going to try to clean up anything I still have in New Orleans here in the time I have left in this video, so that when I go back to the bayou, I can then just clean up everything I have there. And so then the only things left for me to collect and acquire will be stuff I have to, like the pocket watches I have to purchase, which are expensive, you know, equipment upgrades that depend on money, which obviously I'm going to be making hand over fist here, or I should be, now that I'm going to actively try to make as much of it as possible from the trade system as I can. And we're just going to start kind of cleaning up everything that I possibly can clean up and get finished, so that we can then just full send it on the story, hopefully, assuming there aren't any more surprise side activities, which is a definite possibility. Feels like every time I record this game, I'm finding some new thing I had no idea was even going to happen, because the game never mentioned it. And it was just kind of like, all right, here's a new thing for you to do. And it's like, oh, okay. Which is weird, because I'm almost complaining about it. Like, I'm not outright being like, I don't like it. But I do wish it wasn't like that. And I feel like most people would be happy about it. They'd be like, you're telling me that the game keeps giving you more stuff to do as like, and you're, you know, it's a surprise, like, hey, there's even more stuff. And you're like, oh, and instead of being like, oh, cool, there's more to do. You're like, why? And I mean, again, that just goes back to what I was saying yesterday, where it's like, I feel like you kind of overestimate how fun your game is if you do stuff like that. Like, it only works if your game is actually really good. And I just don't think the game is good enough for me to be happy that it's just springing new content on me. But it also depends on the content. A lot of the content it springs on you is kind of... Like, a lot of the side stuff in this game does kind of just feel like busy. Okay, so this is a real poster. Sometimes. It's just buggy. Anyway. A lot of the side content in this game is very bare bones and, like, not super interesting. So... It gets to the point where it's like, I really think there shouldn't be as much of it as there is. And there's, you know, ultimately there's enough of it that every time something new pops up, my initial reaction isn't, oh, cool, more stuff to do. It's, oh no, I hope this doesn't suck. Which is like, again, that's just a matter of the quality of the game you've created. If you've kind of instilled this knee-jerk reaction in me that if you give me some new thing I didn't know was going to happen, I'm going to worry by default that it's not good. That it's like, oh, great, more side stuff that, you know, it's between me and 100% completion, and it may not be any fun. You know, I wish it didn't exist. Look at this picture. It's supposed to be over there. I'm dead. See, so the problem is this guide that I'm looking at, I'm going to go out on a limb here and I'm going to assume that it doesn't... They didn't match. Hello? They didn't match the page numbers to their numbers, right? So it says number 16, right? That doesn't mean that it is where diary page 16, labeled as such in the menu, is located. It's just the 16th diary page they found. Right, so the problem is I may have already picked this one up. In which case, yet again, this is going to become a bit of a problem because I have no idea where the one I missed is. Alright, screw it. We're just gonna go up this one. Yeah, so supposed to be like on the back of the ship back here. On this one. But I already got it. So it ain't here. Alright, let me just verify. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, these are just in any old random order. Did I already do that mission? There's a chance it's in a mission. So I'm gonna have to double check now. This mission. And it says it's on the table in the mansion. Problem is, you don't go to the mansion in this mission, do you? Because the mansion's over here. I mean, I highly doubt that they would place a diary page in a mission where they expect you to go super far out of your way back to the mansion, which the mission doesn't make you do, just to pick it up. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Bonjour, madame.
Of course.
Oh, bonjour.
Uh-huh.
Care for a dance, miss?
No. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if this mission maybe spawns it, and then it's just in the mansion that for you to go pick up whenever, maybe. Or maybe I'm just misremembering the mission and you do go back there and I just forgot. Also a possibility. So we'll double check now, and then we'll progress the mission and see. Like, our only choice here is to be thorough. Gotta love the harpsichord. I see, because like I do remember there being one there when it first introduces the mechanic to you. I also find it funny that like there are different doors that you can leave through to put you into different personas, and yet that's not like a thing that ever gets used. Because you're pretty much never in this mansion outside of the few times in the story where it forces you in here. Definitely traces of stuff in this game where it's like they clearly intended more for this game, and a lot of it probably got cut for time because they simply just did not have time to really flesh it out. And so there's like vestigial bits of stuff that were meant to be part of something and ended up not being so. I'm just gonna do that to teleport me back over to where I'm supposed to be. The guy. He's here. The guy.
To your purse, Paris.
Okay, so it does make you go back to the mansion. It do make you go back to the Bat Cave.
Handsome enough?
No, you aren't.
Nos chemins se croisent à nouveau.
C'est le désir des hommes qui fait tourner le monde. Toutes les filles intelligentes.
Aveline, out and about as always.
But home to rest now, Papa.
See, I think that is actually where it might introduce the mechanic. Yeah, it is. So somehow their number one on this list is after the mechanic is first introduced. Like somehow they're saying that the first RE page they found before the mechanic was introduced, which isn't possible. So the numbers are just made up bullshit and they don't matter, which is great. All right, so I know I got that one. I know I got that one. I don't know if I got that one. We must go double check Chichen Itza. Because there is definitely a possibility I missed one there. Faux show, faux show. That's the second fast travel option, which is here. That boat. By the way, I don't know if you guys figured out the twist that the game has been hinting at. Vaguely. I'm not even exactly sure what it is, but I just know that when we had that first cutscene where it showed this ship here before we went to Chichen Itza, you could very clearly see her mother talking to the guy on the ship, or the captain here on the dock. So, something's gonna happen with that. Wouldn't surprise me if she turns out to be evil or some shit. Or, you know, Templar, whatever. Antagonistic to our character. Evil is a bit simplified, but you get the idea. Okay, so... Oh, now I get to be assassin persona here? That's interesting. That's certainly interesting. Oh no. Alright, where is this? It says behind the bush. I'm not even sure if that's here. Oh, no, it isn't. It's like over here. Yeah, okay, good. I did get that one. Alright, and then it goes to the bayou. Alright, back to Nolan's. Back to the bayou again. Oh, I easily could have missed that one. Alright. Back to Nolan's. I know there's a Mayan statuette I missed somewhere. It might have been in the mission. I doubt it's here, because this map is not very big, and they kind of showed where they all were, so it's probably in the mission. But I don't care anymore. I am not, how do you say, interested. Because you don't get anything for the statuettes. You just get an achievement for finding all of them. That is part of 100% completion. And I mean, unless I end up real close to 100% completion at the end of this, and I'm like, that last couple percent or whatever is really bugging me, I don't care that much. That was fun. That was a nice little load there. Alright, so that one is out, like, what's that? I believe so. It's like out on top of this thing. Which, again, I don't know if I would have gone out there and got that one. Seems unlikely. Well, I don't see it up there, so I might have. Well, looks like I did. Okay. Although it's also possible that if I go to that thing, it's telling me to go to the bayou, but I won't immediately start a mission when I go there. Like, it's just basically telling me that, like, hey, your next mission is out here, so you go there, and then you load up the bayou map, and then it's somewhere on the bayou map. It's fine. I just have to, you know, somehow verify. I have to basically manually verify that I got all the ones in New Orleans. which again, that was a thing in Brotherhood and Revelations that was nice, is that the DNA menu told you, it was like, you know, hey, all these things in this district, you have this many. In this district, you have this many. You know, it made it a little easier to narrow down, like, if you're missing something, where is it? So you didn't just have to basically find a list of all of them that's kind of haphazardly arranged and try to just wing it. And, you know, effectively go down the list, double checking every single location until you find the one that you missed. Which is what I did for the feathers in Assassin's Creed 2. That video I uploaded where, like, a big chunk of it was just sped up me going through and collecting all of it with the music playing. That was basically what I did. I literally just opened up a map where all the locations were and went to every single one of them. Since I didn't know which ones I had already picked up and which ones I didn't. There's nothing new in here, right? No, good, okay. So then we load up our ships. Steel. There you go. All right, let's double check. Oh, that's stupid. Where exactly? It's closer. It's like over here. I feel like if I was close to it, it would show up on the map. Like, it would already be visible on the map at this point, if it was there. Because I already picked it up. Yeah, this wooden beam right here is where it would be, so I already picked that one up. I know I got that one. I don't know if I got this one. This is... What the hell is that? All the way in, like, the bottom right corner over here. Like, over there. I wouldn't be surprised if I missed that one. You couldn't have made that jump?
Young lady!
Salutations.
Although, it does not appear as though it is here. Which means I probably did get it. It would appear as though I did. It wouldn't surprise me if it's somewhere in the bayou, because I have not fully explored that area. Although we're all the way over here, so it might be better for me to just head back north and go that way rather than along the docks. But which way looks shorter? In all honesty, it looks like they're maybe about the same distance. Hard to say. So I guess we'll just head north.
Oh, on cherche.
Running, 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 running. After discovering a plot to force her mentor out of hiding, Aveline journeys to the bayou, determined to win back Agate's trust and refusing to give up on the Brotherhood. Nice. Yeah, so once you go here, it has a mission marker over there. Let's see. Alright, so that's the end of the area. So... raccoon. Fevered patient. Oh, well, that didn't work out. I have to wait for them to respawn now, I guess. Another smuggler camp over there. All right, they showed back up. There you go. Elimination. All right, there you go. There's all of them's. Oh, there's this. Here's the diary page that I need to find. All right, new hat. Isn't that special? 4K, 6K, 9K, 13K. So, but that's 32,000 it's going to cost me to get all of them. I feel like I still need to just keep going around the outer edge, because there's gonna be stuff on those islands, you know it. Which again, I just disagree with. This area should not have been designed in such a way that doing all the viewpoints does not expose the entire map, and you're still required to get in a canoe and just go along the entire outer edge of the map anyway, because it remains undiscovered, just to see if there's anything there. But again, that just goes back to my same point of, like, the stuff that you're capable of finding there, that, you know, the stuff that was designed and put there is not interesting enough to motivate the player to want to actually do that. Like, if you told me it was there, I would just go ahead and do it. I don't mind doing them. But I do think it's quite stupid that you're still making me look for them. Like, at least give me the common courtesy of just telling me where they are so I can just go do them and not waste my time looking for them first. The alligator. Huh? I see. And I mean, again, part of the problem is just that it feels kind of collectathon-ish, which is just not... Assassin's Creed's not a collectathon. So, like, why is this like this? Oh, that got his body freaked out. Hardcore. All right, well, I think we'll see what that new hat is in the next one. I'm pretty sure if I close the game here, it'll reset me to somewhere more interesting than out in the middle of nowhere, and I won't have to trek all the way back there manually. So we'll see what that is, and I'll send my ships out again at that point, and yeah, okay, whatever. You get the idea. Until I see you then, though, stay safe and have fun.